Welcome to Bruce Bochy Field for today's Citrus Conference doubleheader in baseball. The Titans face Santa Fe College. We're about to get started. On the mound for the Titans will be Parker Trowbridge, sophomore. Taking the field, getting ready to do his warm-up tosses. Parker making his 13th start of the season, 49 strikeouts and 53 and a third innings. Has a 4.05 ERA, he's 4-4 on the year. Get the start here at game one of a doubleheader with Santa Fe. Santa Fe picked up a close 8-7 win in Thursday's game, game one of the series. The Titans defensively, playing third base will be Richie Colazzo. At shortstop will be Ray Euro. Second base, Jake Richardson. First base, Steele Mankiewicz. In the outfield, Jacob Miller in right field. Center field is Chris Carroll. Left field is Omir Santos. Santa Fe, Sean Andrade will lead things off for the Saints with J.P. Espinoza, Ryan Chase, Akil Nimala, Maddox Lee, Joseph Calisi, Matthew Hall, Ethan Monrad, and Connor Brown will line up today. Just about ready to get things underway. Parker just about done with his warm-up tosses. Warm-up tosses are done, and Sean Andrade ready to get in the box, and here we go. Trowbridge, first pitch. Swinging strike, strike one. The 0-1 just misses, 1-1. Just underway here at Bruce Bochy Field. That one's outside. Ball 2, 2-1. That one ground ball to short. Euro has it over to first, and that's the first out. So, Espinoza steps in playing second base. Here's the pitch from Parker outside. Outside. 2-0. Now to Espinoza. That one's in there on the outside corner. Strike one, 2-1. Trowbridge is set. Here's the 2-1 to Espinoza. Swinging strike, strike two. 2-2 now. Just underway here, game one of a doubleheader. Espinoza hitting .305 this season. Swinging strike for the strikeout. 2 up, 2 down for Parker Trowbridge. And Ryan Chase will come to the bat. Chase comes in hitting .392 in 44th game. That pitch in there, strike one. Chase has 6 home runs this season. Ground ball to third. Collazo has it. Throw over. Good scoop by Mankiewicz. And a 1-2-3 inning for Parker Trowbridge. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Scoreless at Bruce Bochy Field. James Suarez on the mound for Santa Fe, finishing up his warm-up tosses. Be his 4th start of the season, 13th appearance, 4.35 ERAs, 1-2 on the season, 25 strikeouts in 20 2/3 innings. Defensively for the Saints, Maddox Lee at third. Shortstop is Sean Andrade. Second base is J.P. Espinoza. First base, Ryan Chase. Left field, Joseph Calisi. Right field, Matthew Holland. And center field, Connor Brown. The catcher, Ethan Monrad. So Jake Richardson will step in to start things off for the Titans. Hits the first pitch right back up the middle for a single. And Richardson's on to start the game. And that'll bring up Omir Santos. Santos steps in, hitting .282 in 35 games. They check on Richardson, but he's back easily. Richardson does have 6 steals this season. First pitch fouled straight back, strike one. Good pitch there from Suarez. Strike two. Suarez is set. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball. Tough play. First baseman makes the play but has nowhere to throw. So an infield single, and the Titans have 2 on for Andrew Prieto. So Prieto steps in. He's hitting .352 this season, 36 games. Driven in 30, looking for number 31. There's Jake Richardson in scoring position now. First pitch inside, ball 1. Prieto had 3 hits in game 1 on Thursday. Has 2 straight multi-hit games. We hit the middle of the order for the Titans. It's been red hot so far in these last couple weeks. Fouls that one straight back. Strike 1, 1-1. Suarez is ready. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled straight back once again, 1-2. Suarez gets the sign. Here's the 1-2 to Prieto. Swinging strike. So Suarez gets a big strikeout to start first out of the inning, and Steele Mankiewicz will step in. Mankiewicz had 2 hits on Thursday. Has at least 1 hit in the last 7 games he started. Playing first base again today. Comes up, 1 out, 2 on. Suarez's first pitch is in there, strike 1. Suarez looks back. Jake's ready. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Mankiewicz is playing in his 12th game of the season. He's hitting .429. Suarez steps off. Now he steps back on. Here's the 1-1. Outside corner, good pitch. Strike 2. So 1-2 now on Mankiewicz. Richardson at second. Santos at first. Suarez is ready. Richardson's off with the pitch. That one's fouled away. Both runners took off, but they'll have to go back as foul ball. Suarez's pitch. Swinging strike. So 2 strikeouts after 2 straight hits. Suarez now has 2 down, and Ray Euro will step up. So Euro steps in. Pair of triples on Thursday. He's had a good last couple weeks for the Titans. Playing shortstop today. First pitch, strike 1. They throw down to first. He's back in. First baseman wasn't covering the bag. So Santos had a huge lead and was able to get back before the third baseman was able to get back there. That's a ball. So Euro's ready. Here's Suarez's pitch. Just missed extra bases there down the first base line. Just foul. That would have emptied the bases as Santos was already at second. But we'll go back and we'll do it again. Still 1-2. Here's the pitch. That one hit for a single. Good piece of hitting by Euro. Richardson around third. He will score. Santos into third. An RBI single for Ray Euro, and the Titans are on the board. So another big hit by Ray Euro, and the Titans take a 1-0 lead. Now Chris Carroll will step in. Back in the lineup after missing a few games with a concussion. First pitch outside, ball one. Carroll back in center field. Hitting .269 this season. That one's outside. Euro takes second. So runners now at second and third. 2-0 count on Carroll as the Titans look to add to the 1-0 lead here in the top of the first, or bottom of the first. Suarez is ready. Here's the pitch to Carroll. Carroll rips that one for a single. Omir Santos will score around third, 0, and he will score. And the Titans are up 3-0 on a 2-run single by Chris Carroll. So that'll bring up the catcher, Ethan Askin, with Carroll now at second. He went to second on the throw home. Ethan Askin hitting .371 in 19 games this season. Huge 2-run single by Chris Carroll. And the Titans are up 3-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch in there, strike one. Suarez is ready. Here's the 0-1. That one fouled. Strike two. Quickly ahead, 0-2. Askin steps back in. Fouls that one away. Remains 0-2. Suarez gets the sign. Here's the pitch. That grounded right back up the middle for another single. Carroll around third. He will score easily. And it's 4-0. Titans with 3 straight hits, 5 in the inning. They take a 4-0 lead. And Jacob Miller will come to the plate. So now Jacob Miller will step in. 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Askin at first. First pitch, ball one. Miller steps in. He's hitting 267 this season. Ball 2, 2-0. Playing his 23rd game. 16th start of the season. Hits that one hard up the middle. And that one will get down as well. Around second and over to third will be Askin. And it's first and third with Richie Collazo coming up. Fourth straight hit, sixth of the inning for the Titans. And here comes Richie Collazo, the number 9 hitter. So Collazo steps in. He has a couple of home runs this season, playing in his 22nd game of the season. First and third, 2 outs. Suarez is ready. Pitch to Collazo, and they got him picked off, but they can't make the play. That will score another run as Miller was taken off. He's grounding third. The throw coming home, but it won't be in time, and Miller scores. 2 more runs score on the air. Jacob Miller was taken off, looked like he was picked off. Couldn't get the throw down. Goes out into right field. Both runs score, and now Collazo's up. 6 runs home. Collazo steps back in. Still 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Big swing from Collazo, strike 1. One and one. Here's the 1-1. That one's outside. Good eye by Collazo. 2-1. The 2-1 is high. 3-1. So Collazo has a good count now. 3-1. Suarez looks to get out of this inning. That one's outside. Collazo will walk, and we're batted around as Jake Richardson will come back up. So Collazo heads to first, and Jake Richardson will come back to the plate. Richardson singled and scored. First run of the game. Comes back up. And the head coach will come out and have a word with Suarez. As there's action, it looks like we're going to the bullpen. So Suarez, rough outing. As Santa Fe will go to the bullpen. Looks like Ben Monger will take the mound, freshman from Jacksonville. So Monger steps in. Ben Monger making his 12th appearance of the season. 13 innings of work. He's 3-0. Has made 2 starts, so they might be looking for some length here. As Jake Richardson will be stepping in for the Titans with Collazo at first. So Richardson will step in. Single and scored to start things off for the Titans. Comes up now with Collazo at first. As the Titans have batted around here in the bottom of the first inning. Monger's first pitch. Collazo on the run, and it hits Richardson. So Amir Santos will step in. Had an infield single and scored as well here early in the inning. Back up. Now with 2 on, 2 out. Monger's first pitch. High fly and out of play. Strike 1. Santos is ready. Here's the 0-1 from Monger. That one's low, ball 1, 1-1. The 1-1. High fly ball. Catcher gives a look, but it's out of play. 0-2 or 1-2. Santos steps back in. Monger's ready. Here's the 1-2. Good eye by Santos there. 2-2. Evens the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Titans have struck for 6. 2 on for Amir Santos. Here's the 2-2. Runners are going. That one's inside. No throw. Stolen base for both Richie Collazo and Jake Richardson. And now runners are at second and third. 3-2 count for Santos. Prieto on deck. Santos hits that one to second. Espinoza has it. Throws over to first. And they call him safe. He's off the base. Both runs will score. And it's 8-0. Santa Fe head coach is definitely going to want to have a chat about this one. The throw was a little wide. He's going to talk to the home plate umpire and see if they can get this straight. And he's safe. So first baseman pulled his foot on the throw that was wide, and Santos is on with an error. 2 more runs home, and now Andrew Prieto steps in. So Prieto now steps in. Prieto, first pitch, ball 1 from Monger. Prieto hits that one in the hole, and that'll get through. Another hit for the Titans as Santos will move to second. And the hits just keep coming for the Titans. And now Steele Mankiewicz steps in. Mankiewicz steps in. Now with 2 on, 2 out here in the bottom of the first. First pitch from Monger, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Mankiewicz hits that high fly ball. Long run for the right fielder, Matthew Hall, and he can't get there. Foul ball, strike 2. Monger set. Here's the 0-2 to Mankiewicz. Fouls that one away. Here's the 0-2. Mankiewicz fouls that one away. Monger sets once again. Here's the 0-2. Once again, Mankiewicz fights it off. A good battle going on. Steele Mankiewicz fighting off pitches, looking for one he can handle here. Mankiewicz is ready. Fouls that one off. Stays alive, 0-2. Steele back in the box. Monger ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch once again. That one high and inside. Ball 1, 1-2. Monger set. Now he steps off. Wants to talk it over with his catcher. So we're ready once again. Monger set. Mankiewicz is ready. Here's the 1-2. Swinging strike. So Monger gets out of the inning, but not before the Titans put up 8. We head to the second inning. Titans lead 8-0. Akil Namala steps in. Ball 1 from Parker Trowbridge, who had a big break between the first and second inning. But you'll never argue about getting 8 runs of support early. Here's the 1-0. That one's in there, strike 1. So the count's 1-1 to Namila. Swinging strike, strike 2. Namala's hitting .313 this season, has 5 home runs. Had 2 hits on Thursday. Has 4 straight games with a hit. But Parker's ahead 1-2. Here as we start the second inning. Game 1 of a doubleheader. That one's outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 2-2. Swinging strike. And that's the second strikeout of the day. It's the first out of the second. That'll bring up Maddox Lee. So Maddox Lee steps in. He's hitting .292 in 35 games this season. Fouls the first one down the line, out of play. Here's Parker's 0-1. Up outside, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That one's fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 1-2. Outside, ball 2, 2-2. That pitch hit in the air. Jacob Miller with the catch in right field, and that's 2 down. That'll bring up Joseph Khaleesi. So Khaleesi steps in. First pitch from Trowbridge, strike 1. Khaleesi hitting .272 on the season. That's a base hit down the line. First hit of the day for the Saints will be a double as it goes almost all the way to the wall before Miller gets to it. So Khaleesi with a 2-out double. And the Saints have someone in scoring position for Matthew Hall. So Hall making his 15th appearance of the season, hitting .364. Scored 10 runs. That one's outside, ball 1. Khaleesi at second. The 1-0, ground ball, that's in the hole, and that's going to score a run. Good throw by Miller, but late. An RBI single for Matthew Hall. And the Saints are on the board, and now it's 8-1 with Ethan Monrad coming up. So the catcher will step in with now Hall at first. First pitch from Parker in there, strike one. Trowbridge is ready. That one's outside, ball one, 1-1. Counts 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the second. That's in there, strike two, good pitch there from Trowbridge. Here's the 1-2. Reaches out, hits that high fly ball. Euro calls for it, makes the catch. And the Saints score one, but we head to the bottom of the second. Titans leading 8-1. So Ray Euro steps in to start things off here in the second. Single, drove in a run, scored a run, had a stolen base. In the first, that one high and inside, ball one. Here's the 1-0, outside, ball two, 2-0. Monger on for his second inning of work. Came in and got the final out. That one ripped into the hole. Another base hit. So Euro now 2 for 2. The 8th hit of the day so far for the Titans. And Chris Carroll will come to the plate. So Carroll steps in. He had a 2-run single in the first, scored as well. Comes up with Euro at first. Here in the second. Outside, ball one. Here's the 1-0. High fly ball. Center fielder's back. And Connor Brown makes the catch. Tagging up at first. Good run by Euro. Makes it to second. So that'll bring up Ethan Askin. Askin also had an RBI single and scored in the first. Comes up 1 out, and now a runner at second here in the second inning. That ball's outside, ball 1. Monger back on the mound. Here's the 1-0 to Askin. Turns, throws the second, but Euro's back easily. Here's the pitch. Hit down the first base line, but foul. So 1-1 now on Askin. Askin catching game 1 for the Titans. Monger looks back at Euro. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. That one hit right back up the middle. That's going to fall. It's going to fall in front of the center fielder. Euro makes his way to third on the single from Askin. And the runners at first and third for Jacob Miller. So Ray Euro aggressive on the bases, makes his way to third now. Askin at first. Jacob Miller steps in. He singled and scored back in the first. Monger ready. That pitch falls in there. Strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Fouls that one away. 0-2. Quickly ahead of Jacob Miller. 1 out here in the second. Here's the 0-2. On the corner, strike 3. Good pitch there from Monger. And 2 down now in the second. And Richie Collazo will step in. Collazo walked and scored back in the first. Swinging strike. Strike 1. Collazo ready. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2 called. Collazo doesn't agree with that one. Going to step out and take a look. Steps back in. Monger ready. First and third. 2 down now. 0-2 pitch to Collazo. Collazo hits that one to third. Good stab by the third baseman. The throw over is a good one, and a good play by Maddox Lee gets out of the inning. So the Titans threaten. Don't score. We head to the third. Titans lead 8-1. Connor Brown to lead things off here in the top of the third for Santa Fe. Parker Trowbridge ready. First pitch, swinging, single for Connor Brown. And the Saints have a runner at first here to start the third. As we'll go to the top of the lineup with Sean Andrade. So Brown on first now. Trowbridge ready. Andrade grounded out his first time up. That ball's outside. Ball one. Here's the 1-0 from Trowbridge. That one grounded up. A fair ball on the other side of the third. Brown will head to third on a double by Andrade. And just like that, Santa Fe has second and third here in the third inning. So Trowbridge in a little trouble here in the third as J.P. Espinoza steps in with runners on second and third. Fouls one away, strike one. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 0-1. Swinging strike. Good pitch there from Trowbridge. 0-2 to Espinoza. Trowbridge ahead 0-2. Here's the pitch. High fly ball. And Santos with a nice catch and throws home to keep the runners at second and third. Good play by the outfielder. And then one away, Ryan Chase will step in. So Ryan Chase steps in. He grounded out his first time out. Now with one out, that ball lifted. Santos won't get it. He'll get it on the bounce. That will score one, maybe 2 runs. 2 runs will score. As good base running by Andrade. He was already at third. So Chase drives home 2. And now it's 8-3 with Akil Namala coming in. Ball 1 to Namala, 0 for 1. Fouls that away, 1-1. So Ryan Chase with a big 2-run single. As now it's 8-3. 1 out here in the top of the third. Here's the 1-1. High fly out of play, strike 2. And Trowbridge ahead, 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging strike. He gets another strikeout. Throw down to first. He's back. That's the third strikeout of the day and second out of the inning for Parker Trowbridge, and Maddox Lee will step in. Big strikeout there from Parker Trowbridge. Here's the pitch. That one's low, ball 1. 1-0 from Trowbridge. Swinging strike, strike one, 1-1. Good pitch once again from Trowbridge. Just missed there, 2-1. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 2-1. That one's outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Here's the 3-1 from Trowbridge. Throws over to first, but chases back. Parker ready. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball. Nice. Oh, he missed. I thought he had that diving catch. Gets by Richardson, and runners are at first and second. Richardson made a good dive. It looked like he might have gotten it, but just snuck through for a single from Maddox Lee, and now Joseph Khaleesi will step in. Khaleesi doubled his first time up, scored the first run for the Saints. Comes up here with runners on first and second. First pitch from Trowbridge, ball 1. So Khaleesi steps in. Trowbridge looks the runner at second. Now he's ready. Here's the 1-0. That missed. 2-0. Trowbridge is set. That one's high, ball 3, 3-0. Trowbridge is ready. A 3-0 pitch. In there, strike 1. So 3-1 now. On Khaleesi, Matthew Hall on deck. Parker looks back the guy at second. Here's the 3-1 outside. So first walk of the day. Given up by Trowbridge, and now the bases are loaded for Matthew Hall with 2 outs here in the third. But the pitching coach, Sean Farrell, going to go out and have a word with Parker Trowbridge before we see Matthew Hall. So Matthew Hall steps in now with the bases loaded. 2 runs already home here in the third for the Saints. Trowbridge looks to get out of the jam. Hits the first pitch to right field. It's going foul and out of play. So 0-1 now. Hall steps back in. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's in there. Strike two. Really good pitch there from Trowbridge, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 on Matthew Hall. Had an RBI single his first time up in the second. Trowbridge ahead now. See if we can put him away. That one's low. Ball one, 1-2. The 1-2 from Trowbridge. Two and two. So counts even, 2 down. Bases loaded here in the third. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Lined right at Richardson, and that won the inning. So Trowbridge gets out of the jam. We head to the bottom of the third. Titans leading 8-3. So we head to the bottom of the third inning. It'll be the top of the order with Jake Richardson coming up to start things off. Richardson been on twice, singled and hit by a pitch, scored both times. Also has a stolen base. And here we go. First pitch, line down the line, foul. Strike one. Munger still on the mound for the Saints. Nobody warming up in any bullpens. Fouled off once again, 0-2. Right back up the middle, but the second baseman trails it. Espinoza over to first, and that's the first out. So one down, Omir Santos will step to the plate. So Santos steps in. Infield single and scored in the first. Reached on an error in the second. First pitch, ball one. Lines that one down the third base line, but foul. Strike one, 1-1. Here's Monger's pitch. That floats in there. Strike 2, 1-2. Two and two. Santos is ready. Monger's ready. Here's the pitch. That's low, ball 3. Good eye by Santos. Worked the count full. Here's the 3-2. That one's outside, ball 4. So Santos reaches first. Now Andrew Prieto will step in. Prieto 1 for 2 so far today. Singled and struck out. Comes up here with Santos at first. That one fouled straight back. 1-1. Prieto's ready. Throw goes over to first, but Santos is back. There's the pitch. Hit high and deep to center field and off the wall. Prieto rolling into second. Santos around third. He's going to try to score. The throw home is offline, and Santos scores on the RBI double from Prieto. And it's 9-3 Titans. So Steel Mankiewicz comes up, looking for his first hit of the day. That ball hits the outside corner, strike 1. Oh, 1. Monger ready. Swinging strike, and Monger ahead 0-2 on Steel Mankiewicz. Big swinging strike. Good strikeout there from Monger. 2 down now, and Ray Euro coming up. Euro steps in, 2 for 2. Has an RBI, run scored. Prieto at second. That one's inside, ball 1. Monger sets, here's the 1-0. That one's high, ball 2, 2-0. So Euro's ready here, up 2-0 in the count. Monger sets, Prieto at second. That one in there, strike 1. Good pitch from Monger. And now it's 2-1. Monger sets. Here's the pitch. Euro hits that to center field. And the center fielder is under it, and Brown makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But the Titans get 1. We head to the 4th. Titans leading 9-3. So Ethan Monrad steps in. Flew out his first time up. That one hit into the gap and high and deep. It's going to go. Chris Carroll cuts it off before the wall, throws it in, but it will be a double for Monrad. So that'll bring up Connor Brown. Singled and scored back in the third. So Monrad at second. Here's we start the fourth. Trowbridge's first pitch, ball one to Brown. For Monrad, it was the second double of the season. High fly ball. Steelman-Kavich looking for it, makes the catch. Good catch from the first baseman. That's your first out. Foul territory, good long run from Steelman-Kavich, but he ran it down. And one down, we head to the top of the lineup with Sean Andrade. So Andrade steps in. He's 1 for 2, doubled and scored in the third. First pitch outside, ball one. Grounded out in the first. Comes up with Monrad at second. One out here in the fourth inning. Parker Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 1-0. Outside, ball two. Throw down to second. Got him. Good throw by Ethan Askin. Good tag by Jake Richardson, and he's picked off a second. And now with two down, the count's 2-0 on Andrade. Trowbridge is ready. That one fouled off. Strike one, 2-1. So 2-1 count. Two down now. Trowbridge pitch inside, ball three, 3-1. You don't see a pickoff at second too often, but Ethan Askin with a good throw. And here's the pitch from Parker, lined out into left field. That's going to drop right on the line. Santos runs it down, but that's going to be a double for Andrade, his second double of the day. And that saves a run since the pickoff would have scored for sure. And now with 2 outs, Espinoza steps in. So Andrade now at second. Espinoza 0 for 2, struck out and flown out to left. That pitch, high, ball 1. That one's inside, ball 2, 2-0. High fly ball to left field. Santos going back, it's deep, and it's out of here. JP Espinoza with the 2-run home run. That's his 3rd home run of the season. And now it's 9-5. And now Ryan Chase will step up. Chase 1 for 2 has a 2-run single back in the 3rd. First pitch inside, ball 1. Trowbridge is set. Here's the 1-0. That one's low, ball 2, 2-0. Trowbridge is ready. Here's the 2-0. That one fouled off, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch to Chase. Lined into right center field. The right fielder on the move makes the diving catch. Jacob Miller. What a catch. Ends the top of the 4th. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Titans leading 9-5. So Chris Carroll will step in here to lead the bottom of the fourth off for the Titans. Had a 2-run single in the first, flew out to center field, shows bunt, pulls back, ball 1. Rips that one to left field. That is high, that is deep, and that is out of here. Chris Carroll with the solo home run, his first of the season, and the Titans are ahead now 10-5. So a solo shot from Chris Carroll, and now Ethan Askin steps in. He's 2 for 2 today. That one's outside, ball 1. That one fouled off, strike 1, 1-1. So Ethan Askin, 2 for 2, has an RBI and a run scored. What a shot from Chris Carroll. And now a single for Ethan Askin. He's 3 for 3. As the Titans have things going here in the fourth. Jacob Miller, who just made that great catch, will step in. He's 1 for 2 so far today. So Askin at first, Jacob Miller steps in. He singled and scored in the first, struck out in the second. Shows bunt, throws back. They can't make the play, so Askin is on second base. Askin took too much of a lead, so the catcher threw down to first. Wasn't a clean catch, and so Askin makes it down to second. So now he'll be at second for Miller. Monger's still on the mound for the Saints, but they have action in the bullpen. Both bullpens do, actually. Swinging strike. So 1-1 count now on Miller. He turns, going to throw to second, but Askin is back easily. Monger set. Here's the pitch. Outside. And it's 1-2. Askin at second. Miller's ready. Here's the 1-2. Rips that down the third base line. Nice stab by the third baseman, Maddox Lee, but it's foul. So they call it foul. That's very close. Great play by Maddox Lee, but just a foul ball. And Jacob Miller will step back in. Count remains 1-2. Monger sets. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 to Miller. Miller hits a ground ball. Third baseman takes it. Meet Lee, bobbles, throws, and gets the out. So the first out as Askin moves to third. And now Richie Collazo will step in. Saints head coach is going to come out, and that'll be it for Monger. So 2 2/3 innings, and Monger's day is done. And in to pitch for the Saints now, number 19, Austin Cardozo. Cardozo making his 15th appearance. 21 strikeouts and 39 in the third. Actually leads second in the team in appearances. 5.81 ERA. 2-1 on the season. So he'll take over. One man on. Richie Collazo stepping in. He'll finish up his warm-up tosses. Strike one to Collazo from Cardozo. Swinging strike. Collazo down 0-2 here. 1 out in the fourth. Titans have a run home on Chris Carroll's first home run of the season. That one's outside. 2-1, or 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Cardozo. Outside and high. Ball 2, 2-2. That one hit right back up the middle. A good job of hitting by Collazo, and that'll score Askin. And it's 11-5. RBI single for Richie Collazo. And we go to the top of the order. Jake Richardson stepping in. So Richardson singled in the first, hit by a pitch in the first, and then grounded out in the third. Scored twice already today. First pitch fouled straight back. Strike one. Collazo is a threat to run. He's got 7 stolen bases this season. So 2-1 on Jake Richardson. There he goes. Collazo on the run, and he steals the base. Stolen base number 8 on the season for Collazo, and now he's at second base for Jake Richardson, who has a 3-1 count. Cardozo's ready. Richardson's ready. Here's the 3-1. Richardson bounces that ball to third. Lee has it. Throws over, but he's safe. Good speed by Richardson. Beats out the infield single. And now runners are at first and third with 1 out. And Omir Santos steps to the plate. First pitch, Richardson's off, and he'll steal the base. For Jake Richardson, that's stolen base number 7. Now he's second and third. 1-0 count to Santos. So that one's outside. Ball 2, 2-0. Santos is set. He 2-0 count. That one's inside. Ball 3, 3-0, and Prieto waiting on deck. It looks like it might have gotten him because he's heading to first. So bases are now loaded for Andrew Prieto, who's 2 for 3 today. RBI doubled last time up. Comes up here with the bases loaded, 1 out. Cardozo set. First pitch, fouled straight back, strike 1. Here's the 0-1 to Prieto. That one's inside. Ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. High, ball 2, 2-1. Cardozo gets the sign. Here's the 2-1. Strike called, 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Prieto hits that high and deep into center field. Connor Brown is under it. He'll make the catch. Scoring from third is Collazo. Both guys try to go, and Santos gets thrown out at second. So the sac fly scores the run, and it's 12-5, or 11-5, sorry. So 12-5 as we head to the fifth inning. Santos gets thrown out trying to make it to second to end that inning. And we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Titans. As Cade Ginder takes over for Parker Trowbridge. Ginder making his 20th appearance of the season. 19 strikeouts in 19 2/3 innings. 1-2 with a 5.49 ERA. He'll look to finish things out here in game one as we head to the top of the fifth. Akil Nimala will step into play to start the fifth inning for the Saints. Ball one from Cade Ginder. Taking over for Parker Trowbridge. Ginder's 1-0. Fouled back, strike one. Nimala 0 for 2 so far today. Struck out both times against Parker Trowbridge. First time seeing Ginder. Hits a number to third. Collazo couldn't get the spin. And Nimala reaches. So Maddox Lee will step in. He's 1 for 2. Singled his last time up. Nimala at first. That's ball. Oh, strike one. Good pitch there from Ginder. So Ginder set. Here's the 0-1 to Lee. That one's in there. Strike two. Ginder set. Here's the 0-2. Foul back. Strike one. The pitch from Ginder. In there. Strike three. Great pitch from Cade Ginder. Strikes out Lee. Looking. That's the first out of the fifth. Brings up Joseph Khaleesi. So Khaleesi will step in. He has a double and scored and walked. First pitch ripped into left field. That's getting down. And that'll be a single as Joseph Khaleesi continues to swing a hot bat. 2 for 2 now. And Matthew Hall will step in. Kinder's first pitch. Ball one to Matthew Hall. Had an RBI single back in the second. Lined out to Jake Richardson at second. Second time up. Ginder gets the sign. Swinging strike. Good pitch there from Ginder. 1-1 now. Ginder's ready. Here's the 1-1. Outside, ball two, 2-1. Two on, one out here in the top of the fifth. Titans lead 12-5, game one of a doubleheader. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Ginder. Swinging strike, good pitch there from Cade Ginder, and it's 2-2. Ginder set. Here's the 2-2. Strike three called. Another strikeout for Ginder. 2 down now. And Ethan Monrad will step to the plate. So 2 down now. Ethan Monrad steps in. He doubled and flew out so far today. Ground ball short. They go the short way into second, and they get out of the inning. So the Saints threaten, but we head to the bottom of the fifth. Titans lead 12-5. So Steel Mankiewicz will lead off here in the bottom of the fifth inning. First pitch, grounded foul, strike one. Here's the 0-1. Ball one, just missed. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 count. Fouls that one off. Strike two, 1-2. Cardozo's ready. Mankiewicz is ready. Here's the 1-2. Fouls that one off down the line. Here's the 1-2. Hit down to second base. Second baseman has Espinoza over to first. A ground out to start the fifth. And Ray Euro will step in. So Euro steps in. He's 2 for 3. RBI and runs scored so far. That one on the outside corner, strike one. That one's outside. Ball one, 1-1. Up high, ball two, 2-1. That one's inside, ball three. So 3-1 on Euro. That one hits the corner, strike 2. Euro thought it was ball 4. Instead, full count. Now Cardozo's ready. Bat goes one way, ball goes the other, foul ball. Remains 3-2. Here's the 3-2 outside. Euro earns the walk. So Euro will go down to first, and Chris Carroll will come up to the plate. So Carroll has a 2-run single and a home run in the game. Steps up now with Euro at first. Here in the 5th inning. That one high, ball 1. There's the 1-0 from to Carroll, and that one misses. Ball 2, 2-0. So 2-0 count. That one's in there. Strike 1, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 from up. Strike called. Stolen base by Euro as he dives in underneath the slide, underneath the throw. So Euro now at second. 2-2 now is the count. Carroll steps back in. Cardozo ready. Here's the 2-2. On the run is Euro. Euro slides, and he's in there. Another stolen base for Ray Euro. That's a 3rd one today. And Euro now at 3rd. And it's a full count. Euro came in with 3 stolen bases. He got 3 today. Here's the full count. That's outside. Oh, apologies. Now it must be the full count. The 1-1 to Askin. Strike 2, 1-2. That one's outside. 2-2, I believe. Yep, 2-2. Askin's 3 for 3, 3 singles. Now with Euro at 3rd, he could drive in another run. That one's on the outside, just misses. 3-2. Cardozo wanted that call as he started to walk off the mound. Allen drops that into center field, and that'll be another RBI single. Askin going to go for second on the bobble by the center fielder, and he's in there. So Ethan Askin with his 4th hit of the day drives in Euro, and now it's 13-5, and now Jacob Miller comes up. 2 down here in the 5th. Titans add on to their lead. $13-5 now. Jacob Miller 1 for 3. Steps in with Askin at second. Swinging strike, strike one. Cardozo sets. Here's the 0-1. Fouled straight back. Strike two, 0-2. Cardozo's ready. That one's outside. Ball 1, 1-2. Miller fouls that one straight back, remains 1-2. Jacob Miller ready. Cardozo ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High fly ball. Shortstop going out. Left fielder calling it, and Calise makes the catch. That'll end the inning, but the Titans get another run. We head to the 6th. Titans leading 13-5. So Caleb Jones will take over on the mound. Ginder had a solid inning of work in the 5th. And in the 6th, we turn to Caleb Jones, making his 18th appearance, 33 strikeouts in 26 innings. Making his 18th appearance, and here we go against the Connor Brown. First pitch from Jones, up and in, ball 1. Connor Brown 1 for 2, singled and scored. Big swinging strike, strike one. That one's fouled back, strike two. So 1-2 now against Brown. Caleb Jones in here for the sixth. Top of the sixth, game one of the doubleheader. That one hit high and deep. Chris Carroll on the run, though, and he'll make the catch in center field. So 1 up, 1 down here in the sixth. And now Sean Andrade steps to the plate. So Andrade steps in. He's 2 for 3, doubled and scored each of the last 2 times he's been up. That one low, ball 1. Jones is ready. Swinging strike, good pitch there from Jones. 1-1 now. Checked his swing, and he did not go. So 2-1. Caleb Jones had a good outing at Daytona last weekend. Back on the mound this weekend in relief. That one's low, 3-1. Here's the 3-1. Strike on the corner. Good pitch there from Caleb. Andrade has a full count. 1 down here in the top of the sixth. Titans leading 13-5. Game one of a doubleheader. That one hit into center field. On the run is Carroll, and they'll dump in front. And so another base hit for Andrade. Carroll just couldn't quite get to it. He's on the run right from the get-go. But it dumps in, and now that'll bring up J.P. Espinoza. Espinoza homered his last time up. 1 for 3. That one fouled straight back, strike one. Espinoza back in the box. Jones is ready. Here's the 0-1. Strike two called. Good pitch there from Jones. So 0-2 count. Caleb Jones is set. Here's the pitch. Swinging strike. Good pitch there. Gets the strikeout Espinoza. Now there's 2 down. And Ryan Chase will step in. So 2 down. Ryan Chase steps in. He's 1 for 3. Had a 2-run single back in the third. Jones sets. Here's the pitch. That one's outside. Ball 1. Haskin looks down to first but doesn't throw. Here's the 1-0. High fly ball. Jacob Miller under it. He'll make the catch, and that's the third out. Clean inning for Caleb Jones, and we head to the bottom of the 6th. Titans leading 13-5. So Richie Colazzo will step in to lead things off here. Bottom of the 6th inning for the Titans. 1 for 2. He scored twice, has two stolen bases, and RBI. Fouls that one straight back, strike 1. So we're going to have a new pitcher, as it looks like something happened to Cardozo right there. So the center fielder, Connor Brown, will take over, as it looks like Cardozo had something with his arm after the first pitch to Richie Colazzo. We hope he's okay. But Connor Brown now warming up, and he'll take over here in the 6th. So Connor Brown making his debut on the mound. This time of season, this happens, especially in a doubleheader situation. Don't want to burn another pitcher that you might need to use in game 2. So Richie Collazo steps back in. 1-0 count. Connor Brown ready. First pitch, high ball 2, 2-0. That one's in there, strike 1, 2-1. That one inside, ball 3, 3-1. Here's the 3-1 to Collazo. Ground ball to shortstop, picks it. And a good play by Andrade, and that's 1 out. And that'll bring up Jake Richardson. So Richardson will step in. 2 for 3, was also hit by a pitch, scored twice, a couple stolen bases. Strike 1. That one grounded to third base. Lee has it, throws over to first, and 2 up, 2 down. Here in the 6th. So Amir Santos will step in. Scored twice. Walked, reached on an error, infield single, and hit by a pitch. Been on base all 4 times. Ball 1. That one's low. Ball 2. 2-0 to Santos. Prieto on deck. Big swinging strike from Santos. 2-1. Here's the 2-1. That one's outside. Ball 3. So 3-1 on Omir Santos. 2 outs here in the top of the bottom of the 6th, and that one's inside. Ball 4. So Santos on base for the 5th time this game, and that'll bring up Andrew Prieto. So Prieto, single, double, sac fly. That pitch is in there, strike one. Here's the pitch. That one's inside, ball one, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That's high, ball two, 2-1. The 2-1 from Brown. Ripped down the line, and it's a fair ball. Right inside the line. The left fielder going all the way to the wall to get it. Around third is Santos. He is safe at home. The catcher couldn't hang on to the ball. Prieto with the RBI double. And just like that, it's 14-5. And now Steele Mankiewicz will step in with Prieto at second, 2 down here in the 6th. So Steele will step in now, looking for his first hit here in game 1. Strike called, but ball gets away from the catcher, and Prieto will move to third. So Titans now lead 14-5 here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 0-1 to Mankiewicz. That's in there, strike 2. That one's outside, ball 1, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. That one hit to right field. If that's fair, that's going to be trouble. It's foul. Mankiewicz back in the box. Brown's ready. Here we go. That one's outside. Ball 2, 2-2. That one hit high and deep and foul. Remains 2-2. Here's the pitch to Mankiewicz. Fouled that off. Remains 2-2. Here's the pitch. Mankiewicz hits that one to center field. And the center fielder makes the catch for the final out. We head to the 7th. Titans leading 14-5. So Akil Nimala will step in. Reached on an error last time up. Apologies, we have a pinch hitter. Samuel Castillo taking the at-bat. Strike one. One and one. Caleb Jones back on the mound. There's the 1-1 from Jones. Swinging strike, strike two. Jones is set. Here's the 1-2 to Castillo. Good pitch there. Strike three called. Second strikeout of the day for Caleb Jones. First out here in the 7th. That'll bring up Maddox Lee. So Lee steps in. He's 1 for 3 so far today. First pitch, high fly ball deep left field. But Omir Santos is there for the catch. 2 up, 2 down. And Joseph Calisi will step to the plate. He's 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Also walked so far today. Caleb Jones is ready. Strike one, good pitch there. Here's the 0-1. That one fouled off. Strike two. Jones quickly ahead, 0-2. Jones is set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High fly ball. Jake Richardson calling for it. And he'll make the catch to end the game. And the Titans win game one, 14-5. Ethan Askin, 4 for 4. Andrew Prieto with 3 hits. Omir Santos on base 5 times. So the Titans take game one. Game two will start in about 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Here we go as we're ready for game 2 of their doubleheader. So Cooper Gatch on the mound for the Titans. We're underway. First pitch, ball 1 to James Suarez. Suarez playing center field, ball 2 from Cooper Gatch. Suarez, who started game 1. That's in there, strike 1. Just underway here in game 2. Cooper Gatch making his 7th start of the season. That one's outside, 3-1. Titans took game 1, 14-5. Here we are starting game 2, and it starts out with a walk to Suarez. So Tezar getting the start in game 2. Didn't play in game 1. Strike 1 from Gatch. Tezar hitting .387 in 23 games. Outside, ball 1. One and one, Tezar. Strike called, outside corner. Catching up real quick. Hudson Gwynn at third. The shortstop, Ray Euro. Second base, Jake Richardson. First base, Steele Mankiewicz. Strikeout. Great play by Ray Euro, as we just said. Ray Euro at shortstop. Got the strikeout of Tezar. Suarez does run to second, so he's there on the stolen base. And that'll bring up Ryan Chase. Andrew Prieto behind the plate for Cooper Gatch here in game 2. Outfield, same as game 1. Left field is Omir Santos. Right field, Jacob Miller. Center field, Chris Carroll. First pitch to Ryan Chase. Hit the second base. Richardson over to first, and that's 2 down. Suarez goes to third on the play. And now with 2 down, Sean Andrade steps in. Andrade had a big first game for the Saints. A couple doubles and a single, 3 for 4. Fouls that away, strike 1. Suarez at third, 2 down. Gatch is ready. Here's the 0-1. Inside, just missed. Ball 1, 1-1. Swinging strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. After the walk to start the inning, Gatch has found the zone. Here's the 1-2 to Andrade. Jams him a little bit. High fly ball. Omir Santos into foul territory, makes the catch. Good running catch by Omir Santos, and we head to the bottom of the first. Scoreless. So Matthew Pagan taking his warm-up tosses. He'll make his 13th start of the season. Does have one complete game. 2-7 with a 6.94 ERA. 47 strikeouts, 58 in the third innings. He'll face Jake Richardson to start things off for the Titans. As it'll be Richardson, Santos, and Prieto here to start the bottom of the first. So as Jake Richardson steps in, Pagan, a big lefty, ready. Here's the first pitch. Outside corner, strike one. Series tied 1-1 heading into this final game. Richardson inside out, swing down the first base line, foul, strike two, 0-2. Pagan throwing to Tucker Hansen, catching, game two. Peyton Brenneman at third. Sean Andrade at short. Wyatt Tassar at second. That's outside. Ball one, 1-2. Ryan Chase at first. Samuel Castillo in left. James Suarez in center. Joseph Calise in right. That one's outside. Ball two, 2-2. Pagan kind of thought he might have had strike three there. But counts even 2-2. Leadoff hitter for the Titans, Jake Richardson. Lines that just foul down the third base line. Still 2-2. Pagan's ready. The outside. He calls strike three. So Jake Richardson strikes out looking on a ball in the outside corner, and Omir Santos will step in. Omir grounds that one hard down the line, foul. Omir was on base all 5 times he was up the last game. Walked twice, hit by a pitch, infield single, reached on an error. That's going to be a tough play. A good scoop by Ryan Chase at first gets Omir Santos out. 2 up, 2 down, and Andrew Prieto will come to the plate. So Prieto steps in, 3 for 4 in the first game. That one's outside, ball one. Prieto continues to be one of the leading hitters on the Titans. 1-1. Hitting .352 coming into the day. The 3 for 4 will help that. That one's in there, strike two. 1-2 now. Pagan has come out throwing strikes. Here's the 1-2's inside. Ball two, 2-2. Fouls that away. Remains 2-2. That one hits the outside corner as well. So Pagan uses the outside corner nicely, strikes out 2 of the first 3 he faces. We head to the second inning, scoreless here at Bruce Bochy Field. Cooper Gatch finishing up his warm-up tosses here in the second inning. Both pitchers had a good, crisp first inning. Gatch will face Calise, Castillo, and Brenema here to start the second. So Calise, ready. First pitch from Gatch, strike one. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball. Gwynn has it. Throws over to first. One down. That'll bring up Samuel Castillo. Strike one on the outside corner. Fouled that one away. Once again, Gatch ahead, 0-2. Here's the pitch. That one hit right back up the middle for a single. First hit of game 2 is by Samuel Castillo. And Peyton Brenema will step in. Brenema didn't play in the first game. Gets the start in third base here in game 2. Ball one. Gatch's pitch, outside corner, strike one. Good pitch there. 1-1. Gatch sets. Here's the 1-1. Fouled that one back. Strike two, 1-2. Gatch gets the sign. Brennan was ready. Runner goes, no throw. Castillo into second with a stolen base. And the count's 2-2 now on Brenema. Gatch looks back, now ready. And that hits Brenema. So Brenema heads to first on the hit by pitch. Now with 2 on, 1 out, Tucker Hansen steps in. Gatch is ready. First pitch, strike one. Hansen had game 1 off, back here for game 2, hitting .268 this season. Gatch is set. Here's the 0-1. Fouls that away. Quickly ahead 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Gatch. Swinging strike, big strikeout there from Cooper Gatch. His second of the day, second out here in the second inning with 2 on. And now Colton Leach will step in. Leach is the designated hitter here for game 2. Big swinging strike, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Inside, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Outside corner, good pitch from Gatch, 1-2. So 2 on, 2 out. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Gatch. Fouls that away. So Leach stays alive. And Gatch gets the sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch once again. Swinging strike. So Gatch strikes out 2, gets out of the jam. We head to the bottom of the second, scoreless in game 2. So Steele Mankiewicz steps in here in the bottom of the second inning, scoreless here in game 2. Pagan's first pitch, strike 1. He's done a nice job of getting that pitch over. Breaking ball over the outside corner. Here's the 0-1. Mankiewicz hits that one high down the first base line. Ryan Chase makes a chase, but can't make the catch. Strike 2. Mankiewicz back in. Pagan's ready. Here's the 0-2. Misses on the outside corner. 1-2. Good eye by Mankiewicz there. Fouls that one off. Pagan's ready. Here's the 1-2. Gets him. Steele Mankiewicz can't hold up. That's third strikeout of the day for Pagan. First one to second, and Ray Euro steps in. So Euro steps in First pitch from Pagan, strike one. Euro was 2 for 3. Couple singles, had a RBI, scored twice, 3 stolen bases. That one's outside, ball 1, 1-1. Swinging strike, strike 2. So 1-2 count now on Euro. Check this swing. 2-2. Pagan set. He's ready to go. Here's the 2-2. Fouls that one away. Euro stays alive. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Euro hits that one down the right field line. And foul. That would have been extra bases for Ray. But just to the right of the line, so he's back in the box. Pagan's ready. Here's the 2-2. Rips that one into the hole into left field. So another single for Ray Euro. First hit of the Titans here in Game 2 is a single by Ray Euro. And now Chris Carroll will step up. Carroll homered in the Game 1. Had 2 hits. Scored twice. Drove in 3. Center fielder comes up here. Runner on with 1 out. Takes strike 1 from Pagan. That one's outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Carroll back in the box. Here's the 1-1 from Pagan. Right back up the middle. Everybody's... Oh, what a play by the shortstop. So a good play by the shortstop gets Carroll. Euro moves to second. With 2 down, Hudson Gwynn steps in. So Gwynn didn't play in the first game. He's here in Game 2 playing third base. First pitch, Euro's off, and he's off to third. Another stolen base for Ray Euro. Gwynn ready. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Pagan. Big swinging strike, strike 1, 1-1. Fouls that straight back, strike 2, 1-2. Euro at third. Here's the 1-2 from Pagan. Just misses. Good eye by Hudson Gwynn. Now it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Fouls that one off to stay alive. Remains 2-2. Gwynn's ready. That one's outside, ball 3. So Hudson Gwynn works the count full. 2 down. Euro at third. Pagan sets. Here's his pitch. Outside, ball 4. So Hudson Gwynn earns a walk. He'll go to first, and now with first and third, Ethan Askin will come to the plate. Askin went 4 for 4 in the first game. Comes up here with first and third, 2 outs. First pitch, high fly ball out of play, strike 1. Askin, the designated hitter here in game 2. Here's the 0-1 from Pagan. That one ripped down the right field line. That's going to score 1. Hudson Gwynn on his way to third. They misplay the ball. Hudson Gwynn around third, and he will score. Askin around second. He's going to third, and he will be out at third. But the Titans score twice on the Askin double, thrown out at third. Both Euro and Gwynn score. We head to the third. Titans lead 2-0. So Cooper Gatch takes the mound here to start the third. And he's got a 2-0 lead now. Be the top of the order for Santa Fe. So Suarez walked and stole a base in the first. Comes up here in the third. That one's ball 1 outside. That one misses. Ball 2, 2-0. There's the 2-0 from Gatch. 3-0. So here's the 3-0 from Gatch. That one's in there. Strike 1. The 3-1 outside, and Suarez walks for the second time today. He'll go to first, and Wyatt Tazar steps in. So Tazar struck out first inning, comes back up here. In the third against Gatch. Gatch's first pitch outside. Suarez on the run, steals second base. So for the second time, Suarez has walked and then stole second. Ball 1 on Tazar. Gatch is ready. The punt, sky high. Gatch makes the catch. So a failed bunt attempt by Tazar is the first out here in the third. And Ryan Chase will come up. Gatch is ready. Swinging strike from Chase. Strike 1. Chase turns on that one, but Omar Santos is there. Omar Santos makes the catch, and 2 down. And now Sean Andrade will step to the plate. So Andrade steps in. He flew out to left field with a nice catch from Santos in the first. Big swinging strike, strike 1. Gatch is ready. Here's the 0-1. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. 2-1. Hit that out to right field. Jacob Miller on the run. He'll make the catch, and that's the end of the third. Another good inning from Cooper Gatch. We head to the bottom of the third. Titans lead 2-0. So Jacob Miller will step in to start the third inning. Miller went 1 for 4 in game 1. Takes ball 1 to start things off against Matthew Pagan. That's inside. Ball 2, 2-0. That's low. 3-0. So Miller, 9th hitter in the lineup. Jake Richardson on deck. Here in the bottom of the 3rd. That one's in there from Pagan. Strike 1, 3-1. Pagan set. Here's the 3-1. Strike 2 called. Miller thought it was ball 4. Here's the 3-2 from Pagan. Down the line, fair. Oh, he calls it foul. That looked like a fair ball down the line, but call was foul. And Miller will come back. So Miller steps back in the box. Still a 3-2 count. Pagan is ready. Here's the 3-2. Outside. So Jacob Miller walks, and that'll bring up Jake Richardson. Richardson 0 for 1 today. Comes up now with Miller at first. Throw over, gets away from the first baseman, and Jacob Miller coming to second. He'll round second. The ball's all the way down in the bullpen, and he'll end up at third. So Miller's at third now. Richardson steps in. See if the Titans can capitalize on the error. Swinging strike from Richardson, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Fouls that away, strike 2. Swinging strike. So Richardson strikes out for the second time in the game. And he'll be the first out as Omir Santos will step in. That ball's outside, ball 1. Pagan set. Here's the 1-0. High fly ball. Third baseman under it. And Peyton Brenema will make the catch. So 2 down now, and Andrew Prieto will step in. So Prieto will step up. First pitch, ball 1. Miller still at third. Prieto grounds that one foul down the third baseline. Here's the pitch from Pagan. Inside, ball 2, 2-1. Prieto right up the middle. That's an RBI single. As Andrew Prieto comes through again for the Titans. And now it's 3-0. So Steelman-Kavich will step in. Steelman-Kavich hits the first pitch he sees out to right field, but Joseph Khaleesi is there, and that's the final out. But the Titans strike for another one. We head to the fourth, leading 3-0. So Joseph Khaleesi will lead off here in the top of the fourth for the Saints. Cooper Gatch still on the mound, holding on to a 3-0 lead here. First pitch, lined and caught by Ray Euro. One pitch, one out. So Castillo steps up. He singled his first time up. Shows bunt. Takes strike one. Castillo singled and stole a base in the second. Swinging strike. Strike two. Gatch quickly ahead 0-2. Cooper Gatch here in the fourth inning. That one's outside, ball one. Here's the 1-2. Outside corner misses, 2-2. Gatch ready once again. Here's the 2-2. Good pitch there, just missed. Breaking ball, 3-2 now. So Castillo's worked way back into the full count. Hits a high fly ball. Omir Santos gets under it and makes the catch. 2 down. And Peyton Brenneman will step in. So Peyton Brenema hit by a pitch his first time up. Swinging strike, fouls that back. Strike one. That's ball one. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Cooper. Outside, ball two, 2-1. Cooper Gatch is ready. Here's the 2-1. On the run, but can't get there is Miller, and that'll be a single for Brenema. So with 2 out, Tucker Hansen will step in. So with Brenema at first now, on for the second time today, Tucker Hansen steps in. 2 outs in the fourth. First pitch, followed that high, flying out of play, strike one. That one just misses outside, 1-1. That one's fouled away, 1-2. Cooper Gatch is set. The 1-2 high fly ball. Jacob Miller calls for it and makes the catch. So another good inning by Cooper Gatch. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Titans leading 3-0. Pagan is done with his warm-up tosses as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be Euro, Carroll, and Gwynn coming up for the Titans. So, Ray Euro steps in, singled and scored, stole base. High fly ball out of play, strike one. Ball 1. 1-2 on Euro here. Start the bottom of the 4th. Ball 2, 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Euro hits that high fly ball into center field. James Suarez under it and makes the catch. That'll bring up Chris Carroll. Carroll steps in. 0 for 1 in game 2. That one's inside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Swinging strike. Strike 1, 1-1. That one's inside. Good eye by Carroll. Ball 2, 2-1. Just held up in time. Pagan's ready. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3, 3-1. And that's ball 4. Don't really want to walk Carroll. He is definitely a threat to steal. One of a trio that has 12 stolen bases for the Titans this season, and that'll bring up Hudson Gwynn. Gwynn walked and scored back in the 2nd. Throw over to Carroll. He's back in. Carroll taking a big lead. Pagan goes home. Bouncing ball. They try to go to second. They get the out, and they'll turn to double play. A good double play ends the inning. And we head to the 5th inning. The Titans leading 3-0. Cooper Gatch finishing up his warm-up tosses. As we head to the 5th inning, Titans lead 3-0. After a wild game 1, the 2 starters have done a pretty good job here in game 2. And Colton Leach will lead things off for Santa Fe here in the top of the 5th inning. Leach struck out back in the 2nd. Cooper Gatch is ready. Here's the first pitch. Outside, ball 1. The 1-0. Fouled straight back. Strike 1. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Gatch. Fouls that off. Strike 2. 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Gatch. That's a double foul ball as he hit it and then it went in the air and he hit it with the backswing. Gatch is ready. Here's the 1-2 once again. And he rips a base hit. And Colton Leach with the single. So Suarez steps in. He's walked twice. Rips that ball into right field for a single. So here in the 5th, Santa Fe has something going. 2 on, nobody out for Wyatt Tazar. So Tazar 0 for 2 so far today. Cooper Gatch try to get out of this jam. Shows bunt. Pulls it back. Ball 1. Throw down to second. Not in time. Ball 2. 2-0. Actually 1-1. I apologize. Tazar calls timeout, steps out. Now he steps back in. Gatch is set. Showing bunt again. Throw down to second. This time they got him. The second time the Titans have picked off a runner at second base today. And that is a big one. 2-1 is the count. Now on Tazar. 1 out and runner at first. Swinging strike. Strike 2. Gatch now. 2-2 count. That on the outside corner just misses. Prieto wanted that call. And the count's full. 3-2 to Tazar. Runner on the move, and that's fouled back. We'll do it again. Cooper Gatch gets the sign. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Tazar. Swinging strike. Throw down to second. Not in time. So Suarez with the stolen base, but 2 away with the strikeout. That's a 4th one of the day for Gatch, and that'll bring up Ryan Chase. So Gatch ready now. Ryan Chase steps in. He's 0 for 2 so far today. Grounded out and flew out. Fouls that away. Strike one. Here's the 0-1. That's low, ball one, 1-1. That's a base hit. They're waving Suarez around. The throw home, not in time. So an RBI single by Ryan Chase. He'll advance to second on the throw home. And now it's 3-1. Suarez scores the first run for Santa Fe here in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Sean Andrade. 0 for 2, flow out to left and flew out to right. Comes up now with Chase at second. 2 down. Swinging strike, good pitch there. Gets ahead 0-1. Andrade had a big game 1 for Santa Fe. That one gets away from Gatch. I'll go past Prieto, and Chase will go to third on it. On the wild pitch. And now a 1-1 count for Andrade. Runner at third, 2 down. Gatch is ready. Here's the 1-1. Misses. Ball 2, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Outside, ball 3, 3-1. So 3-1 count to Andrade. Khaleesi on deck. Pulls that one foul down the line. 3-2. Andrade was way out in front of that one. So full count, 2 down. Runner at third, 3-1 ball game here in the 5th. Fouls that one off down the third baseline. Hudson Gwynn stabs at it to keep it in the infield. Here's the pitch. Another high fly ball. Steele on the run. Can't quite get there. What a run out from the first baseman, Steele Mankiewicz. Couldn't quite get there as it went over in the bullpen. It's a lot of territory to cover. Gatch ready. Here comes the 3-2 once again. Once again, fouled off. Good battle between Andrade and Gatch here. Cooper has the sign once again. Got him swinging. Big strikeout for Cooper Gatch as they get out of another jam. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Titans lead 3-1. So Ethan Askin will step in. Doubled back in the second. Steps up to lead things off here in the fifth. First pitch from Pagan, strike one. Haskins had a great day at the plate. That one's called strike two, quickly behind 0-2. That one's low, ball one, 1-2. Fouls that away. Still 1-2. Pagan's ready. Here's the 1-2 to Askin. Outside, ball two, 2-2. Bouncing ball. Nice snag by the third baseman, Peyton Brenema. Askin quick down the line, but the throw does beat him. First out, 5-3. And the first time Ethan hasn't been on base today. That'll bring up Jacob Miller. Pagan's first pitch, ball one to Miller. Walked and scored back in the third inning. They tried to pick Miller off at first, and he ended up running all the way to third and then scoring. That one's hitting the gap. Miller around first. He'll go for second, and he'll slide in with a double. So Jacob Miller with a double. And we head to the top of the order with Jake Richardson. So Jake Richardson, 0 for 2 so far today. Miller at second, one out. Pagan's first pitch, inside, ball one. Miss there again, 2-0. Carroll, high fly ball. Left fielder keeps going back. Castillo grabs it on the track. And that'll be a second out. And that'll bring up Omir Santos. So Santos grounded out in the first, flew out in the third. Back up here as the Titans try to add to the 3-1 lead. But Pagan now has 2 outs. Turns, but Miller's back. Santos is ready. That one's on the outside corner, strike 1. That one thrown wildly as they turned and tried to throw. So Miller ends up at third as the pickoff play did not work. So now Miller at third. Santos ready. Pagan's ready with the pitch. Fouls that straight off. 0-2. Here's the pitch. High fly ball. Brenema calls for it, makes the catch. So the Titans threaten but can't score. And we head to the 6th. Titans lead 3-1. So Cooper Gatch warming up for his 6th inning. So we'll get things led off with Joseph Calisi heading to the plate. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Calisi shows bunt, hits it in the air, foul, out of play. Strike 1. Calisi grounded out, lined out. Against Cooper Gatch here in the 6th inning. That one's inside. Ball 1, 1-1. It'll be Calisi, Castillo, and Brenema. 2 up here for the Saints here in the 6th. Titans hang on to a 3-1 lead. That one gets away a little bit. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. That one lined. Good stab by Ray Euro. And for the second time this game, Kalise has hit one on the numbers, but right at Ray Euro to line out. And that'll bring up Samuel Castillo. So one down. Castillo steps in. First pitch, strike one. Castillo singled and stole a base in the second, then flew out to left field. That one fouled off. Strike two, 0-2. Swinging strike, another strikeout for Cooper Gatch. Strikeout number 6 on the day. That'll bring up Peyton Brenema. So Brenema steps in. 2 outs here in the 6th. Big swinging strike, strike one. Brenema was hit by a pitch in the second, singled in the 4th. Hits that one into the gap and deep. Miller takes it, throws it into second, but he'll be in there with a double. So Brenema continues to hit. 2 for 2 now. And now with 2 out, there's a runner at second for Tucker Hansen. Tucker Hansen steps in. He's 0 for 2. Flew out to right field his last time up. First pitch outside from Cooper Gatch. That one's in there, strike one, 1-1. That one fouled back. Strike two, 1-2. Gatch looks to get out of this. Done a really nice job of getting out of little jams all day. The pitch is swinging, strike. And Cooper Gatch, 6 strong innings. Only the second time this season that Cooper Gatch has gone 6 innings, this being the best one of his season. 7 strikeouts now as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Titans lead 3-1. So Pagan on for the 6th, finishing his warm-up tosses. Andrew Prieto lead things off. Prieto hits the first pitch high and deep. The left fielder still going back, and makes the catch at the wall. I thought Prieto might have got that one. It's a long fly ball for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th, and Steele Mankiewicz will step in. Mankiewicz 0 for 2. Steps in the 6th against Pagan. First pitch in there, strike one. Ground ball to the shortstop. Andrade throws and makes the out. So a quick 2 outs here in the 6th. Ground ball, foul. Strike one. Swinging strike quickly ahead 0-2. Euro steps back in. That's low ball. Pagan's ready. That one's high, ball 2, 2-2. Swinging strike for the strikeout. So a 1-2-3 6th. And for the third time this season, Matthew Pagan is through 6 innings as well. Both starters here in Game 3 have been excellent. As the Titans lead 3-1 as we head to the 7th. So Cooper Gatch back on the mound for the 7th inning. Ball 1. He'll leading off is Colton Leach. 1-for-2. Strike called. 1-1 now on Leach. Swinging strike. Strike 2. Catch ahead 1-2 here to start the 7th. That one's outside. Ball 2, 2-2. That's inside. Ball 3, 3-2. Swinging strike, strike 3. Strikeout number 8 for Cooper Gatch is the first out here in the 7th. And we head to the top of the lineup with James Suarez. Suarez has been on base all 3 times. He's walked twice and singled. Steps in against Gatch here in the 7th. Suarez hits that one into the gap. It's going to roll almost to the wall as Miller picks it up. He'll roll into a double. So Suarez now with a single, a double, and 2 walks. And with 1 out, Saints have a man and runner in scoring position. And that'll be it for Cooper Gatch, who gets a hand. 6 1/3 strong innings. 8 strikeouts. Only 2 walks. Leaves with a 3-1 lead. So a good day for Cooper Gatch. He'll turn it over to the bullpen. So Jacob Goodman will take over on the mound. So Jacob Goldman taking over. Be his 14th appearance. Has 35 strikeouts in 27 1/3 innings. Comes in with a 5.60 ERA. Look to hang on to this lead that the Titans have built as he finishes up his tosses. So Wyatt Tazar steps in, 0 for 3. He'll face Jacob Goldman. As Cooper Gatch's day is done, and it was a good one. Strike 1. Goldman's first pitch, a strike on the outside corner. Goldman comes in with Suarez at second, one out here in the seventh. That pitch just a little high. Ball 1-1-1. Goldman's ready. The 1-1 outside. Throw down to third. He beats the throw, so Suarez steals third. Good tag by Gwynn, but Suarez just beat the throw. One, two count. Goldman ready. That one just missed. 2-2. That one looked good. But counts 2-2 now. Goldman gets the sign. That one misses. Ball 3, 3-2. So counts full to Tezar. That one misses outside, ball 4. So Wyatt Tezar moves to first. And with 2 on, Ryan Chase steps in. So Chase, RBI single in the 5th, steps up here with 2 on, 1 out in the 7th. Goldman. First pitch, swinging strike, strike 1. Goldman ready. Here's the 0-1. Up high, 1-1. Counts 1-1. Goldman set. Chase is ready. Here's the pitch. That one's high, ball 2. 2-1. First and third, 1 out here in the 7th. Goldman's ready. Here's the pitch. High fly ball out of play. 2-2. So 2-2 count on Ryan Chase. 1 for 3 so far today. Big spot here with runners at first and third, 1 out in the 7th inning. That one's high and inside. Prieto's throw, not in time. A stolen base for Tezar, and now second and third. And the count's 3-2. So full count to Ryan Chase. Runners at second and third, 1 out here in the 7th. Goldman set. And that misses. So Goldman comes in, walks the first 2 guys, and now the bases are loaded for Sean Andrade. So Andrade steps in. Had a big first game for the Saints. Swinging strike, strike one. Here's the 0-1 from Goldman. Grounded foul up the line. He's quickly ahead 0-2 on Andrade. Goldman set. Here's the 0-2. That one lined right at Chris Carroll. He'll make the catch. The runner's coming home. The throw home, not in time. So the sacrifice fly from Andrade is the second out of the inning, but does score the run, and now it's 3-2 Titans. The runners did hold, so now Joseph Calisi steps in with 2 down. Runners at first and second. As Goldman tries to get out of this jam with the lead. That closes the book on Cooper Gatch, 2 earned runs. That's ball 1. 6 1/3 innings. 8 strikeouts. Goldman set. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And that one gets by Prieto. And runners are now at second and third. And the count is 2-0 now on Calise. Time is called. So timeout was called. I believe it's 2-0 still. Yep, 2-0. Goldman settles. Here's the 2-0 pitch inside, ball 3. So with 2 on, 2 out, Calise's ahead 3-0. Swinging strike. Calise swinging on 3-0. Now it's 3-1. Here's the 3-1 from Goldman. Jams him. Fouled it off. 3-2. So counts full. 2 down here in the top of the 7th. Swinging strike, a big strikeout for Goldman. Throw down to make it official. And the Titans give up 1, but get out of a jam We head to the bottom of the 7th. Titans leading 3-2. Matthew Pagan still on the mound for the Saints, as now it's a 3-2 ball game as we're in the bottom of the 7th. Chris Carroll leading things off for the Titans. So Chris Carroll leading things off, hits the first pitch, lines it foul, strike one. Carroll walked and grounded out so far today. Pagan in the bottom of the 7th. That one's outside, ball 1-1-1. A 1-2-3 6th probably allowed him to come back out. Carroll hits that one sky high in the center field. Suarez under it, makes the catch. And one down here in the 7th. That'll bring up Hudson Gwynn. So Hudson Gwynn steps in. Walked and scored in the 2nd. Hit into a double play in the 4th. Strike one called. Pagan misses with that one. Ball 1-1-1. Pagan moving quick. That one hit right back at him. I think it missed him, but a single for Hudson Gwynn. That ground ball was hit hard right back up the middle. Sent Pagan down to the ground, but looks like he missed it. And that'll bring up Ethan Askin now with Gwynn at first. Ethan Askin steps up. 1 for 2 today. Doubled and then grounded out. First pitch from Pagan. Misses. Ball 1. So Gwynn on base for the 2nd time today. Askin hits that to short. Flips to 2nd over to 1st for the double play. 2nd time today that Santa Fe has gotten the double play ball. And we head to the 8th. Titans lead 3-2. So Braylon Courtney will take over on the mound for the Titans here in the 8th inning. Courtney warming up. Here as he'll face Castillo, Brenema, and Hansen here in the 8th inning of a one-run ball game. Courtney making his 20th appearance, 26 strikeouts in 27 innings. Has a 2-2 record. Does have 4 saves this season. Leads the team. So Samuel Castillo will get things led off. 1 for 3 so far today. Against new pitcher Braylon Courtney. First pitch, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Just misses, ball 2, 2-0. Courtney's ready. The 2-0, strike 1. That's outside, ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1, strike 2 called. Good pitch there from Courtney. As Castillo thought he had the walk. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Hit high and deep, and that is out of here. We are tied up as Samuel Castillo. Wait, they call it foul. The head coach is not happy at all for Santa Fe, and I don't blame him. They call it a foul ball. That ball was hit. And it looks like the Santa Fe coach may get tossed as he is really hot about this one. So a foul ball is called. That is something. I believe the Santa Fe head coach has been tossed as well. Not positive, but I think so. And so Castillo will come back up with the full count. That would have tied the game. Courtney's pitch. Misses, ball 4. Peyton Brenema. Yep, the head coach did get tossed. And I can say that I can see that because that looked like a home run, but it was called foul. Castillo does walk, and now Brenema is in. Strike 1 from Courtney. That one's high, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Swung, strike 2. Really, really good pitch there from Courtney. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 outside corner, strike 3. Big strikeout looking from Courtney. And that's the first out of the 8th. So 1 out, runner on first, Tucker Hansen steps in. That one's high, ball. That one's outside. Strike called. Swinging strike. Strike 2. Courtney set. Here's the pitch to Hansen. Outside, ball 4. So a couple walks. Santa Fe has the runner in scoring position here in the 8th to tie the game with 1 out. And Colton Leach, maybe a pinch hitter here. It'll be J.P. Espinoza hitting for him. So Espinoza will step in. Pinch hitting here. Espinoza played in game 1. Hit a home run, 1 for 4. Comes up here in a big spot. Big swinging strike to strike 1. That one jammed him. High fly ball. Jake Richardson calls it at second, makes the catch. That's 2 down. That's a huge out there. And now with 2 down, James Suarez will come to the plate. So Courtney, first pitch gets him to pop up. Steelman-Kavich makes a long run, makes the catch. And Courtney gets out of the jam. And we head to the bottom of the 8th with the Titans still leading 3-2. So Stephen Joyce will take over from Matthew Pagan. Pagan with a great outing. And Joyce will face Jacob Miller first here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Swinging strike on a high fastball. That one's outside ball. It's 2-1. Swinging strike, 2-2. Miller's doubled and walked. Bottom of the order has really been the difference for the Titans today. That one's high, ball 3, 3-2. Gets the strikeout. Choice does to start things off here in the 8th. And then I'll go to the top of the lineup with Jake Richardson due up. So Richardson steps in 0 for 3 today. one's high, ball one. Swinging strike, strike one. 1-1 to Richardson. Steps out, gathers himself. Joyce has come out and throwing strikes here in the bottom of the 8th. That one's outside, ball 2, 2-1. 16th appearance for Joyce. Does have a save. That one's fouled off. 2-2. Richardson steps back in. Strike 3 called. So, second strikeout of the inning for Joyce. Gets Richardson looking, and Omir Santos steps in. Santos steps in. 0 for 3 so far today. First pitch, strike 1 from Joyce. That one just a bit high, 1-1. High fly ball. Catcher running out of room. And strike 2. Here's the 1-2 from Joyce. Outside, ball 2, 2-2. What a snag by Ryan Chase. Robs a hit from Santos, and we head to the 9th. Titans leading 3-2. So here we go in the 9th inning. Braylon Courtney's still on the mound for the Titans. He'll face Tazar Chase and Andrade due up for Santa Fe, holding on to a 1-run lead. First pitch. High fly. One pitch, one out. Big swinging strike. 0-1 on Ryan Chase. One down here in the ninth. Big swinging strike. Courtney ahead. 0-2. That one's fouled back. Oh, 2. Chase ready. 1 for 3 today. That one's high. Ball 1, 1 and 2. Courtney loses the grip on that one. 2 and 2. One down here in the top of the ninth. Titans hanging on to a 3-2 lead. Courtney in to try to close out the game. 2-2 count to Ryan Chase. That one fouled back out of play. Remains 2 and 2. Courtney's ready. There's the 2-2 outside, ball 3, 3 and 2. So Chase works the count full. High fly ball into foul territory. Steele Mankiewicz looking for it and can't get it. So it'll remain 3 and 2 as Ryan Chase stays alive. Courtney's ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one fouled away. Good battle between Chase and Courtney. Courtney set. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball right to Gwynn. Gwynn with the throw over. Good stretch by Mankiewicz, and that's the out. 2 down. And Sean Andrade will head to the plate. So 2 outs now in the ninth. Courtney set. Here's the first pitch to Andrade. Swinging strike, strike 1. Good pitch there from Courtney. Courtney set. Just missed on the outside corner. So 1-1. Courtney set. Here's the pitch to Andrade. 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Swinging strike, strike two. And Courtney's one strike away from locking up his 5th save of the season. 2-2 count to Andrade. Courtney set. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled off. Stays alive. Courtney's ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball. Can't be made. And it's a single into left field for Andrade. And Joseph Calisi will step up to the plate with the tying run at first. So Calisi steps in. First pitch, ball one. Here's the pitch, swinging strike, strike one, 1-1. That's in there, strike two. So 1-2 count now on Calisi. Courtney's ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball two. Courtney's ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Calisi. Runner's going, but strike three. Throw to first, and that's the ball game. Titans pick up the win, 3-2, sweep the series. A good win by the Titans, 3-2 victory here in game two. They win both games to win the series. Courtney with the save. The win goes to Gatch. And we will see you guys on Tuesday. SCF Manatee coming to town. Thank you for joining us.